Hello. We're back to Coral Island. And the new update in the winter. I was thinking, can you make snow angels in this game? Since they have it snow. Can you make Oh hi Mariko. Can you make what is it called? Snowmen. I wonder if they have events where they make stuff like that. Since they have it snow, it's an island, but made me think. You don't know? I'm gonna have to look and see. Spin on the spin go round in town? Ooh, I'll have to look into that. Why the screen is black. Oh yeah, something. Oh, it didn't load in, but it was like a something fell from the sky. It sounded like you felt a large impact. All right. Missouri always makes your day happy. Millie. Do we know what Millie likes? What is going on with my game? Stuttering. I don't think we know. She likes flowers and coconut. We haven't given her anything that she loves or bird watching and restoring old books. Hmm. Oh yeah, I have to give Leah some flowers. Offering. Ooh. What I also need to get, need 20 compost. I'm gonna be getting an insect house and sap. 15 hardwood, 1 gold bar. I don't know if I have 15 hardwood, but I can. Oh, and 1 gold bar. Hmm? Together. I need to offer that. Hmm. I do want to go underwater too, but I want to. Let me make sure because it's Wednesday. I don't know what day they're closed. Carpenter is open. 5. All right. So I know I got the insect house. Or wait, didn't I get the fishing? Uh-oh. Let me check and see what I got. The fish house. Fish pond. Yes, because I did the old kelp essence. Okay. I want the insect house, and then I also want the coop level too. To have goats coming. Oh yeah, I can get goats today. Hold on. 8 a.m. they open. I need some goats today. I might not even be able to buy the stuff that I'm looking at. That's what I want first. Goats. So let me just take that to the offering. To goddess, what is it called? Goddess blessing. Hopefully it's something a lot. Nothing. Yuck. Days in a row, no blessing. Get some hardwood. First, let me go back a little. Oh, it was a lot. Tea berry. No bug. Berries are everywhere. Let me clear this. I got some seeds. And kale. Mushroom. Actually, didn't I give him his mushroom? I don't remember. Okay, are you guys open? I want some goats. They are open. We need some animals. 8,000. And I can't. Yeah. Since they give every 2 days, I should get one today, one tomorrow. So I'll have goat milk every day. Gosh. Animal. And I feel like I should get another cow. Well, actually, how much does it cost to expand the coop level 2? Oh, I can buy this and expand. Yeah, and I can. Okay. Cool. All right. So go home. Take care of the animals. Water all of the plants. Bug over there. No flying. I have all of different because that's silk. Mm-mm-mm. Right. Water. The animal is done. Oh, cool. I hope it's a different color cow. Oh man. No. Ooh. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have room for 2 more. Perfect. Cow. Tomorrow a goat. Milk every day. So, insect house is 20. 15 hardwood. And 10 sap. Gold bar. Alright. In the and 50 stone. Okay, I need to go get more stone and fiber. How much fiber? 10. And fiber, 100 stone. Grab a stack of stone. Alright. The carpenters. Little. No, that's an animal. Brussels sprouts. Edit farm buildings. Upgrade. Of 13 fibers. Okay, we'll start the upgrade. And then I also wanted. Yeah, because we. This is where I need resin. That too, eventually. Yeah, whatever. Vineyard, to see. Yeah. Sorry. Heck yeah, that museum is fancy as heck. Too bad there are still some empty spots though. Yeah, I'll be fine. Yeah. Add a cutscene. I know Ling has a cutscene. Ling, ling, ling. Hillside Manor. Oh, 4 to 8. Get that up. Okay. I have one more of that. Oops. Do want all food to be together. When I look for Oh man. That's better. Um, hmm. A lot of stuff here. I mean, kale and everything else is food. Do I need another? Three? Where's another three? I don't see. I can make it into like jam. I guess I'll take the shallots. Mm. Oh well, I just got too much stuff to eat. Good problem to have. Mining. Good. For Leah. Where the heck is Leah? I'm gonna forget about it. And I'm gonna forget about it. Oh, community center. I think I know what you're doing in the community center. Oh, oh, oh. 8. Okay, community center, Leah. Are you teaching your class? No? Oh, you got the flowers. Good job. No, thank you. So let's hang out, because I feel like we would never hang out. Let me get you to do something that not think. Let's explore the aquarium. Oh, messed up. And actually, she'd probably like exploring the aquarium. She likes dolphins. Oh, nice. I don't remember catching those fish. I had a great time today, thank you. Getting to know Leah better. Have any. Now, I need these gems. 2 earth gems. I need to go see Ling. That Lily. God invited me to the launch. Why though? I don't know. Let's hang out. We never hang out. I've literally never hung out. I don't even have 100. Oh gosh. Let's go help the kiddo. Okay, why not? Eats talking to myself all day. It was nice to get out. Mhm. Probably missed her. Trout. I'm in here. Yeah, closed. Right, I'll see them tomorrow. A marine. My best friend. I like the museum. It's spacious. Oh, wait. You're really thoughtful. Thank you so much. And you said you like the museum, so let's go to the museum. Let's volunteer. It's free. Sure, I'll hang out with you. Is now a good time? Where should we go? I think Artifact. Let's go. I don't think I volunteered there yet. Oh, and actually I can try to see if I can donate the aquamarine. Oh. That was really nice. Maybe we could do it. Connection with Raphael's stronger. Wonder if it needs to be goddess as well. Money making. Yeah, I need to get. Of course, those aren't ready. I just put them. Syrup. Oh, I forgot to give wool to Emma. Well, oh, it doesn't need to be. All right. What to do with? No. And there's some trash. I think I'm gonna go 8, 9, 10, 11. 4 hours. Might be able to get through this mine, the earth mine. Since I need those gems. No geo. Ugh. Okay. Found any ore either, I just realized. Hmm. I just keep getting monster. Ooh. I don't know how this works, but weird. Boo. I don't want monster. I want wings. The lack of geodes is depressing. And ore. What is going on? They reset the spawning rate? Oh. Okay. There no ore? That's 4 levels in a row with no ore deposit. Whatever they adjusted. Come to the mines for ore, right? If I'm not gonna get geodes, just give me ore. That's go down one more level. Wait. Oh, no, no, no. I always do the museum. The 2 more and 1. I'm gonna sell these. Put that in the thing. Perfect. Be able to give one to Jim and the museum and offering. Oh, I didn't find what's her name. Her birthday. You made some money. Alright, an extra 500. Garnet got Charles. Not give him flowers. I don't know what he loves though. Something different. Give me a hint. He's a local doctor using time to catch up. Islanders at the tap. Any info? Yeah. Playful today. Snuggles closer. I need to make a. Will you be planting tea this winter? If so, send some my way. I'd love to send some local tea leaves to my parents. Listen, Charles, we have lots of tea. Okay. Lots. Don't you worry. Did I not plant anything there? Hold on. Hmm, that's not cool. Okay. Let me make sure I save some wool for Emma. Oh yeah, and I need to get a goat. Can I afford a goat? Double products. Thank you. You knew I was giving it away. So I'm gonna save that to make something. Oh, I didn't give them any. What? No, I don't know what I was trying to do. Any food for you guys? anniversary. Oops. There's 4 of you guys. Alright guys. Now let me put, where is bronze to Emma, and I don't remember what the milk was. Was it yogurt? Not pure. It must have been in my cookbook. Let me pull it up. Yeah, yogurt is the ceramic bowl with milk. Come on, it's in my pocket. Yogurt. To unlock the recipe, is it now in the book? Okay. Oh yeah, we gotta find Charles with tea leaves and with Emma. Okay. Socket and pan. Okay. Get the tea leaves. I can't forget about that. Oh, is tea berry the same thing? Mm. Let me actually open this. Wait, they're not stealing my crops. They can't be because I have this. Right? Or are you not working? Not have had it properly. Well, Now we're adequately covered. Alright. Emma. I don't know if that's tea leaves. To remember, whatever food I have that is bronze. Flour. Well, we can give one. Fast traveled. Make sure, is Emma still up there? Oh, I can go to the lab today. It's still in socket and pan. Charles, I have something for you. Come here a second, will you? I can't believe my father's gonna work for me. Oh yeah, he did say that. Do you know how surreal that is? Hope he respects you as his boss. He built the vineyard from the ground up. He just... this paragon of... He's just this paragon of business acumen. And he never lets you forget it. I'm so excited, but I'm also terrified, you know? That's true, isn't it? I don't have to prove anything. Pretty sure... Yep, I already got what's on sale. Oh, I know what I was looking for. Welcome. Talk to me? Oh, we can't talk. So Pufferfish Corps was the one who bought the building. Honestly, with the state of our town, it's just a matter of time. Here. Hey Eva, did you make any cakes today? I kinda need one fast. I didn't, sorry. I have some fresh baked cookies though. Will cookies do? Well, I guess so. Why, what happened? Last week was my mother's birthday and I forgot to bake her some cake. She sent me a letter asking if I had sent her any cake like usual because if so, she hadn't received it. I feel so bad for forgetting her birthday. What should I do? Tell the truth, apologize. Doesn't have to be a big deal, you mean well. Doesn't have to know. It would just upset her. Tell her you did send her a cake and the mail service might have sent it to the wrong address. Send her flowers and Dinda's wall clocks too. Well, she doesn't like flowers. Just tell her the truth. Yeah, I think I'll do that. I just feel really bad because she must have been waiting for it all this time. Thanks for the help, folks. I think I'll buy a couple of cookies. I gotta go and write some letter. Bye now. Is that all I wanted? It's not good for Mama to be worked up like the other day. It's true. I gotta find the birthday boy. Snapping shots for the museum was a total blast. I don't usually get into interiors or product photography, but it was fun. Might mix it up more often. Oh. Oh, you freaked me out. Where are you going? I was just going to the lake. I saw Lily walking there. You're free? Yeah. Cool, walk with me. Let's find Lily. Ask if she can help with the computer. The one I crashed at the library, remember? Yeah, like a month ago. Thankfully, Millie hasn't used it yet. But this worrying isn't good for my heart. What? Ah, so we better fix it soon. Yeah, don't worry. I'll tell Millie about it. It'll just be easier for her to forgive me if I have it fixed and functional. I mean, that's true. I could forgive somebody if they fixed my stuff. Hey, Lil's looking good. What is it? Ah, Scott broke a computer and he can't fix it. Can you help? I think we go ahead and tell on him. The computer at the library is broken. We don't know anything about computers. Nope. I'm gonna say Scott broke it. Sure. No promises though. I'll take a look and see what I can do. You're a lifesaver. Thanks. I charge 400 coins an hour, so where should I send the bill? He's very funny. Yeah, Scott, you're paying for it. I'm not paying. I don't even have 400. She's not laughing. I'm not kidding. Well, I'm kidding, no charge. It's probably nothing. Let's go. Oh, I didn't get hardwood today. Sure do. Hang on. Oh, it works. Oh, it's back. Yeah, but is it back to normal? Uh-oh. Guys, what are you guys doing here? Okay, Millie, don't freak out. I have to tell you something. I used the computer the other day. I was reading my email, but then I got curious and snooped into other folders. I was looking for my annual review and I was nervous about what you thought of my work. I know I shouldn't have. I'm so sorry and I won't ever do it again. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, you really shouldn't have, Scott. That's a breach of privacy. But I appreciate you telling me the truth. Besides, you have nothing to worry about. It's a glowing review, nothing else. Well, before all the snooping around happened anyway. But why are you guys here? I don't have any of your reviews. Apparently the computer crashed when he was snooping around, and I came here to fix it. I have no idea why Adventures with V is here. I'm here to be Scott's emotional support. Oh, I see. Thank gosh it's all fixed now. One less thing to worry about. What about I take you out for... No. God has been really focused ever since the campaign started. Whenever he has a moment, he's glued to the Pickstarter page tracking it. I sometimes need to remind him to eat and, you know, sleep. Oh, so that's not what he needs. Thank you for the birthday present, friend. I knew we were tight. I don't know if I would say. I need to actually look it up because I want to know. Ooh. Oh, I do have. Duh. A coral island. Oh, 8,000. Yikes. I have enough for a quail. Oh, I don't have space for a quail. Up these animals, seeing the price. I could get another cow today. Quail is 5,000. Ooh. 5,000 goat is 1,000. I should get my cow. Pretty. Get my cow and then I can you know what? Because I don't know which one to do. You shop hours. There we go. Ranch. Thursday till 5. Till 5. Yeah, it's Thursday. Okay, since I'm over here, well, let me say hi to him. I can't believe we have a corporate office across our house. It's a bit weird. Here, take some yogurt. Then don't take some. Yep, got all that. I need that next, but that's okay. Okay. Yesterday I left a bug out here, didn't I? Yep. Same bug. might go to the tavern after work and play some pool. I hope to see you there. I don't think any of this is what we need, but we'll see. No precious gems, ruby, diamond, black opal. Don't I have black opal? I need to go to the ranch. I'm gonna forget. They let their animals out. I think I got Taj, right? Lily. Now I just need to get some wood. Let me make sure. Yeah, let's go this way. 20 of them. Mm. Good. Oh, inventory full. Alright. Everything's been donated. Everything's been donated. Alright. All of this stuff will be sold. Yeah, money. Only 100 each. Dun. I could use bronze. Yeah, bronze kelp. That's supposed to be the cat? Okay. And I'll put these two and that away. Then we're good. And I think I want to go underwater. Hardwood. Let me put all food near each other. Oh, that's not donated. Oh, yeah. There's something else. Yeah, but tuna. Don't I need, or is it like silver tuna? Oops. Take a picture. Tuna. Oh, yellowfin tuna. Okay. Just making sure. And don't the getting that. And oh, I'm gonna keep 2 rings in my pocket. I do this since it's already done. Well, no, I don't have to worry about it when I come back. Go to the museum. What I get? Ooh, beach gazebo. Let's go set that up. Probably don't have space for it. That big old farmland. Really? Yeah, let me just put that there. I'll deal with it later. Let me go dive. Bronze kelp. And while I'm here getting bronze kelp, I'll do the swim fast. Ooh. not getting anything. Go clear. A slug. We've had a billion of those. This stuff. Stuff off at home and then come back. Animals are missing. We gotta clear through this like there's no tomorrow. So, now I want rare items. I also want to I'm not trying to be cutesy. Need to get around there, but that's blocked. So we go down here, up. Even through there. Oh, I realized I clicked that off. I was watching something. Oh well, I had you before. I don't remember what you were. Get this out of here. Can't go that way, I can't go that way. Gotta be somewhere I can go. I don't think I could go here either, right? Okay, this is really getting on my nerves. That's blocked, that's blocked, that's blocked, and that's blocked. Doesn't seem like I'm moving faster, which is sad, because if I am, I'm glad I have the ring to move faster. I guess I didn't try to go to the left. The only direction I didn't try to go. Oh. Ridiculous. All the other areas are blocked. Where is... okay. Oh, that's an interesting creature. Inventory full. Sea anemones! I'm gonna find one of them. Alright, it's late. Actually, since I'm late, let's just be late, you know? And go get the wool. Hmm, go to bed. It was a long day. Completed an errand. Oh, ranching level went up. Diving went up. Skill point. I didn't even talk to Ben. Hmm. But I got the winter. Okay, why are my animals ghosts? I'm going. Actually, no. Because I could see, I could get both of them. I'll leave it alone. I like that it's dark in the morning. Nothing is better than a burrito full of locally grown ingredients. Here's a recipe to make your own. Hope it's helpful. Thanks. I still didn't get him green tea. Mm, okay. Look at this. Getting closer. So every time I find something forageable, bronze quality, it's worth it. Give it out there. I need to heal the coral tree. 10K? Yeah, I need to heal the coral tree. There's a new event with Ben. Me and not Saturday or Sunday. I need to find Erica and Frank's house. They're not trapped. Okay. Yeah, it's next to theirs. I was in Millie and Yuri's house. Okay. Let me. first. Oh, shoot. Oh, but I might only need 10. Um, ooh. I can get more animals if I have more money. I need to heal the coral, the underground stuff, underwater stuff. Today I should get a goat. I think it's 8K though, right? Oh yay, Lily was a different color. Yeah, she didn't get fed yesterday. I forgot. Double products, thank you, because you know. Oh. You know what? That was supposed to go together. That's fine. I'm gonna put this in here because I know I need regular size goat milk, and um, large wool. Got a woolly bear. I know there's one here, yeah. Alright. Let's see if I can upgrade my bug nets. Huh? Oh, I just need some wood. Okay. What's new in the shop? Fish soup. May as well sell the bug. Ooh, silver arowana. I'm pretty sure I need that for the what's it called? Ooh, I don't think I had. Okay, so I only need 13 bronze kelp essence altogether. Oh, I don't have 5k. You know what? It's time to do a mine run. An osmium. Ooh, mine run. Hmm. Each. And we need koi. fish. Oh. Yellowfin tuna is there. Okay, what I need to do then, online shop, merit exchange, yes. Not diving, we need fishing. And let's do farming. Oh. Oh yeah, something had a point, right? Diving. Selling of all artifacts, 30%. Listen, I'll sell all of these artifacts right now. Farming. Crops to grow faster. Leave a seed behind would be nice. Yeah. Get all these artifacts out of here. Not food. Okay. Okay. Artifact. Act. Act. Okay. I know at least one of them worked. I have another one. There's two. Two. Take it until there's four. Um, Russell. Oh, oops. Oh yeah, we need to go get that's an artifact. That's about to be sold. Make my money. A one. Okay. All right. Go to Giant's Village to chop down wood. And then we're going on a run in the oops. Alright. Let's be real. I gotta empty my pocket. Oh, I need to water my plant. What the fuck? My gosh. Right. That's enough. Oh. Ooh. This is better than the copper mine. Oh. Hope I get at least 100. Hmm. Axe moth. I think that might be one. Got it. Man, no. No ore? Go down. Oh, and I had 5 rope that I didn't bring. Another sheep. Might have to breed that. I've had no geodes. None. Oh, finally. Oh, I see. Doing good. 50 at 7. 5 hours. Another geode. Oh no, we are taken. think I'm gonna go home and empty my pocket. Or really, no. Come in at level. What am I doing? Did I? I don't even think I. Getting nothing. Actually. Does need to be offered. Let me do that right now. Oh, finally finished it. I'm so happy. I don't even care about that. All right. No. Was it 10? Ew. Not give me a stone. Still didn't get the 5 rope. I just realized something. What level of fishing am I? I'm only level 2. Available. Need to get it together. No drop seed. New craft. Cool. Use all these ropes. Oh, okay, the last level. Oh my gosh. Also, haven't been fighting. Okay. Hour. Okay, I did get over. Yep, I got. Well, yeah, I didn't find out what the 24K. Ching. Nice. Oh yeah, because shipped helmet and underwater tablets. 150 is a good. Alright, so 24K, I can go get the goat. Even quail. Let me exit to the title because I can't see my pets. I don't even see their, or what's it called? Their shadows. Weird. Okay, see, now I can see them. You make funny noises of delight. You do have funny noises. You're happy purr. Nobody's birthday. Nope. Oh, oops. Thought I could see what. Hmm. Tea leaf 60. Okay, so we do have tea leaves for him. You cannot tell me all of these are going to be tea leaves. Stop. These are wild. Well, what is the snowdrop? I put one snowdrop in there. Why are they all the same? I don't appreciate that. What else do I need? I need some other stuff at the the altar. I don't like that. If the goddess is feeling generous, where's it gonna be 4 or 5 days and extra stamina? Well, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Winter, I do need tea leaf and snowdrop. Okay. Luckily, literally only need what's growing. Since I have them in my pocket. Let me actually. Um, what bug am I gonna put in? What do I keep getting? Leaf beetles. I just don't know how much or how many cod. These are only 100. Gotta do some research on bugs. Yep. Like these ducks giving me eggs every day is what I love. I get goat milk today. No, if I don't get goat milk today, then I'll get a goat. Okay, that means I'm getting a goat because I get crazy. Still not giving milk? milk. Come on. Yeah, you are cranky. What the heck? You're happy. Confused. Okay. I'm about to go get another goat. Yeah, because we already made food from. I'm gonna take that the offering and that. So we're doing goat first. All right. Get the goat milk, did I? Goat milk, it doesn't make sense to go. 3 cucumbers. Mm. Oh, llama. Okay. Makes sense. You just go ahead and do that. Jim, I got you later. Okay. On my wood. Mm-mm-mm. Bum, bum, bum. Mm. Oh, this is gonna be usable. Um, I know what I was gonna do. There's something that I want to update. That 5 osmium. Me I have now. I could fully upgrade. Three osmium bars. Okay, so we're gonna do the pickaxe. 5 osmium bars for the pickaxe. 5 hardwood. Alright. And they're not open tomorrow, so I wouldn't be able to. So we'll be underwater today. Nothing? Yes, because this, then I more osmium quicker. Take all my money. 4 days. Oh, good. Didn't know that. Okay. Saturday, so Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Oh, Lord. That's a lot. Okay. Well, this will give me an opportunity to really clear out. I have this habit of spending too much on stuff I don't need at the fair. They make a stop here every year before going down south. Ben's part of it, but I think he stays here in Korok. He travels once a year. You're covered in snow. I mean, winter. You should probably stay put for a bit, warm up some. Yeah. And it's perfectly pickled. Yeah, I need your brother to get that last heart is I gave him item that I know he loves twice. She sure did say she. Oh, I don't have my. Wow. I can't catch bugs. Oh, I'm so lost. Oh, and I didn't watch the show on the television yesterday. Part of me wants to buy something not on sale. I gotta wait 5 more weeks. Okay. Fresh. Not like I'm eating. The doctor. What? Old seller. Thank you. Wanna know what's fun to do in this type of weather? Work. Get your body moving and warm up. Where is your... Okay. Let's hang out. How are you supposed to be... Let's go to the library. Yes, of course. A little time out sounds perfect right now. To be free. Oh, and while I'm here, I can read a book. I thank you for inviting me to this. I really appreciate it. Getting to know Charles better. Adjust my... Where is Theo? Is he in here? There he is. And Kira. I don't mind being ignored. I prefer it, in fact. I'll ignore. Oh, this is alright, thanks. Breaking habits is a tough game, but I'm taking it one day at a time. With the right support system, I believe that any of us can do it. Hang out. I think, where do I want to be? I don't really want to spend a lot of money. We can do baking. Let's do baking. Absolutely count me in. Sounds like a blast. I like that they make the ingredients like actual ingredients. But just enough detail. We should go do that again sometime, huh? What do you say? Yeah, if you pay for it next time. You're getting to know Theo better. I'm gonna go under right now. sign will come up once. Because that's what's gonna happen. Oh, I don't think I have those rings with me. Go a little slower. You found it right away. Food. Queen scallop. Anything to keep it with. I've already had an anemone though. Look at that. That's why I was really confused as to why I couldn't find anything. Yeah, you gotta blast this open. So this one open too, okay. Following. To go. Joyful. Mining. bug. Yeah. Large duck. Large. Okay. Go back down there. Check the map. Okay. This is directly related to opening. One. There we go. No. Come on. Snaking every which way for no reason. Okay, thank you. Already gonna be late. It up. I missed the little chime sound at midnight. I'm not understanding. I'm not upset because I'm getting 150 points, but when am I replanting the forest? $2K every day. Oh, and I don't even have the wool. Ooh. Not a lot though. Mayo. Nobody's birthday. Bong 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 bong. Game saved is a wonderful thing to see. Okay, I was wondering. Very happy that Harry winks at you playfully. Enjoying the attention. Ooh. Would have been earlier if I had been paying attention. Put the cocoa bean here. No. Ugh. In the refrigerator. Maybe in the. Yes. That's not what I... Do I get a blessing today? No blessing. All right. Tough meat. Let me just get a goat. Because honestly, there's a couple goats that I want to get. Wait. Hold on. Probably already given you times. Oh. Run after Annie. Boom, boom, boom. And actually, no more mastery points. Okay. Haha. Wow, we're still halfway through with vegetables. Alright, it's okay. Oh, is that how many I've... You don't want to tell me how many there are? I have 6. See? 7 that I... Yikes. Nice. Animal. Ooh, just enough. Four days? Oh my gosh. Really? Get a goat. Thinking about giving my money? Yes. Do it. One available space. Alright, so I have okay. Thank you. Now, what do I have that I can give? I'll give him hibiscus honey. We're gonna hang out, just so you know. Do this for me? Thanks. Okay. Love it. Animals get cold too, especially when it's snowing like this. Make sure to turn your heater on, okay? Do we have to turn it on? Oh my goodness. Fishing in the forest. That's a fine idea. Let's go. If we can catch a fish. I'm not gonna catch a fish. I haven't even... It's so funny. I was stressing about that computer and I haven't really been using it. That was awesome. You're getting to know Kenny better. No fish caught. Alright. I do have it. I don't think I've used it since I turned it silver. Or haven't. Can we do it there? Yeah, I was gonna say that'd be kind of stupid if we... Ooh! Thanks. Okay. Can go to... Ooh. Have to do this. So we can go to the called underwater. Oh, it's just one today? Oh, some days it's three. Double prop. We love to see it. Only had one extra? Hmm. Oh, and I got a large goat milk. Oh, am I done then? I think maybe. Inventory full. Ugh. Okay, so you're happy, good, because you weren't happy before. Okay, Shakira's happy. Oh. will be right back. All right, I'm back. Oh yeah. Oh, that was worth it. Thank you. Now I'm gonna bring all of this stuff. Pretty sure it's the large goat milk that I need, but Ooh. That's actually good. Or I think we have Kochi. No. Nope. I didn't know we reached rank C. Wait a minute. That must mean that I have some stuff. Alright, so we've added a new book to the library collection. You mean you've added 5 new books. Feel free to visit the library to enjoy the latest edition. How am I just now getting the news? Yay! New seeds, decor, clothing, books, 3 research and development. Now I get winter seeds. There's a fruit tree. Pig and peafowl. Shut up. That's what I'm excited for. My pigs are gonna be Belle Biv DeVoe, so I'm real excited. And they go and get mushrooms, I think, or truffles. Something that's worth good money. Online shop. Ooh. Must be per week. Sam's General Shop. Spring. Ooh. Yeah, I didn't have pineapple. Winter. Okay. Cotton. Are these like in alphabetical order or something? Tea. So cotton and tea. Oh, there's only 2. Okay. Grover's Park. I don't think I gave him the green tea yet. What new clothes do we have? Is it gonna say new? I don't remember that pizza shirt. Or this tacky t-shirt. I remember the worker pants. I like that. Yeah, it's not saying new. I think the bubble skirt is new. Wa banana shorts. That's new too. Cute. Did we always have pocket hoodies? We might have. I think that's what I. Ooh. Harem pants. These are new. That's new. That is too. And these definitely are. That's cute. I was thinking about that one. Oh, these are new. Huh. Right. How many batteries? 7 batteries. Cool. Oh. Okay, so let me go pop these open. Oh, I can't with the one because it's Sunday and they're not open. Let me go see Ling. Before I forget, I don't have the money for it though. But does your week start on Sunday or Monday? Okay, Monday. I got some days to make the money. Okay. Brontosaurus hip. Oh shoot, the hip bone's connected to the tailbone. Hey, as far as I can see, you're finished. You still need back legs. You need a skull. Okay. You still need legs. And you need skulls. And you need skulls too. Big one. Needs front leg. You have a skull. Yeah, you need front legs. Okay. Hi, Taco. I tell Taco he's very fluffy. Oh, stuck. anything down here? Not usually. Oh, there's two. If those count. Gold, yeah. Where's my Jamu? Oh, there it is. I was about to say. Um. Hmm. There's a flower. Osmium. Gold. Gold, gold. The rest I can eat. Okay, I gotta put in another 4. All packed. Right. Oh, actually, no, we want to go this way. I didn't get wood, did I? I'm gonna say I did because it's 5 p.m. Here, that the stuff, yep. Come on. Okay. One over here. Hmm. Really? Okay, this was far. Of course. Mm-hmm. Hold on. Because I... Here we go. Mm-hmm. Dude, I can't even get you. No, I think I've already had you. Okay, I still have to clear this one. Okay. All right. Um. Oh gosh. Uh, Go. I am doing too much. Even though there's food, I can take that. Take that. That's okay. I'm not gonna eat food to take food. That's weird. Oh, are you all ready for the next tips and bits on living off the land? If you like diving, this one is for you. You can catch arrow crab at night on ocean floor. Apparently, it's super common. I can imagine how it can be so much fun diving at night, seeing all these night creatures. That's the dream. I care about the weather because. Oh, I didn't get my bug net. Hey. Nice. Yeah, I feel like I should just eat those. Erica, Zoe, and Waku. Ooh. We're gonna go down here, but not right away. No, not shipping bin, reading mail. With the town climbing up to rank C, our funding has seen a bump. Oh yeah, I didn't even go look. Ooh. That means even cooler quality of life gadgets for the farm are now on the table. Let me introduce you to a couple. The auto chest and the ultimate scarecrow. The auto chest automates your production and can even turn into a conveyor belt. The scarecrow, it covers a 19 feet. I need to go and see you today. Go find Jim. They'll be closed tomorrow. It's carpet. Like with the auto chest, that means to put everything inside. Okay, so we don't have to turn it on. Wait, in case I forget. Um, right now you guys don't give me milk on the same day. Oh, I need to water. Hmm. This part. It tells me I did not. Isn't a quail something I can get with 6? Push it. I just want to get all the animals. The pigs. Black truffles. Yeah, I'm gonna need another barn because my barn is maxed out. Can get a quail. I only know one. Okay. And what is this? An auto petter? Takes energy from us now. Let me look. 15k. Oh, I need to save my large wool. Okay. 5 gold kelp essence. So after Wednesday, when I get my thing back, I can make 15k. Well, but I might be able to make it actually with the animal. Hey, Paco. Yes, my day is better. I also have to make sure I have money tomorrow for an appliance. Okay. Auto trash collector. At the front door. Okay, so basically I don't need to kill myself to get everything. Oh yeah, I need to check for resin. 5 osmium bar, 5 osmium cents. I think I still have the 5 that they gave me. 60K. Okay. That's fine. We can do that. I'll need to get that. Silver, gold, osmium. Okay. Oh. What am I doing? Please open these for me. Por favor. We got some spines and some seeds. Seeds and some spines. Would you like... Oh, I don't have an almond, Archie, I'm sorry. Is this gonna trigger something? Oh. Lemon seedling? Oh. So we got cocoa and pear. This have been from... Ooh. Winter or spring, so that means I need to be planting it now. Make fruit. Grows in 28 days. Well, but saplings are, yeah, saplings are okay. Because that's the full tree that grows in 8 days, but bears fruit in winter. So we should be planting durian right now. We get avocado. What day is it? It grows in 10 days. 18. Avocado. Yeah. Oh, just take all my money. Okay. We need to find... Today's Monday. Sunny and windy, nope. Is it sunny? Sunny. The town center. What's the town center? Why? Because it's snowy? It's not the center. It's not sunny? Pretty sure this is the center. Nope. Alright. Charles had tried. Sunday. Keep meaning to do that every night. From 6 to 8. Okay. Jack and Kira, and then Jack between multiple. Probably only like 2, right? Yeah. Do 1. So let me track Lily's first because I think that's... 7 to 1. Okay, we'll go to the beach. Only on Thursdays. Community center, we'll go. Coral Inn at night, okay. No? Alright. Let's read some of these books anyway. A lot. Okay. The Notes of Explorer M. Loft Part 1. This scroll is significant. It's not nonsense. It's a clear indication that intelligent beings dwell in the ocean depths. And I'm not referring to clever dolphins or the like. I mean beings capable of speech, of writing. Finding these intelligent sea creatures has become my life's mission. Just you wait and see. Macy. It's so cold out there. I'd bundled up more if I were you. A day in the life of a bug catcher. Bugs are cautious bunch, so we need to be sneaky to catch them off guard. Crouching is a good start, but make sure you conceal your footsteps too. High quality net is crucial, especially for the speedy ones, as it offers a broader catch area. And don't just stop there. Explore making various traps like insect traps, float traps, and more. There's a lot to master in the art of bug catching. Gain knowledge about catching. Hoping for. Local fishermen from Starlet Town caught a giant stingray measuring 1.5 meters across and almost 5 meters from tip to tail. Sunny, who also runs the store at the Coral Island beach, was fishing at a nearby river when this behemoth caught his attention. I spend more time fishing in the ocean than in the river, so I never thought my biggest catch would have been freshwater fish, exclaimed Sunny so loudly you'd think he was still trying to be heard over the river's current. While the ocean is more well known for its gigantic creatures, the rivers and lakes still harbor some of these creatures, including the giant stingray. Experts say these stingrays are possibly the largest freshwater creatures in the whole world. No points? I was hoping. Wooing your potential partner. Winning their heart, a step-by-step guide. Knowing your crush well is crucial in any budding relationship. It's easy to be blinded by affection, just like the saying goes, everything looks pink through pink-tinted glasses. But seeing them clearly beyond this rosy view is essential. It helps you understand if your values and personalities match. Start by engaging in conversations. When you feel it's time to deepen the connection, thoughtful gifts can be a great way to their heart. But be cautious, the wrong gift might do more harm than good. If you sense it's the right moment to take things further, present them with a locket. It's not as serious as a marriage proposal, rather a sweet gesture to show how much they mean to you and to open the door to an official relationship. Good luck. Oh, thank you. I definitely need that. How to craft rare items. Replication device. This is one of the most famous crafting items in history. Ancient evidence of a device that can replicate any item has been seen all over the world. However, the written recipe for this remains a mystery. Hey. But we just read this. We'll say new. Okay. Taking your farm to the next level is a challenge, but this guide is here to make it easier. Here's what you should know. Firstly, gathering materials is essential. Wood, stones, and scraps are key to building farm equipment. While there are other materials, these three are fundamental for most farming tools. Here's a list of handy items you can craft. Bee house. It requires Mayo machine. What it requires, scarecrow. There's no making a scarecrow requires you to be proficient in farming. It's all about knowing what to keep away from your crops. Okay. You knew those, but thanks. Need a little advantage in your activities? Try this combo. 2 sets of trinkets, and a pair of bait and scent. This setup can make your activities more efficient. Oh, that's what those are, bait and scent. Let's break it down. Trinkets. These are small pieces of equipment that offer buffs. Wear them to gain their benefits and be mindful of any potential downsides. Bait. Essential for fishing. They can really boost your catch rate. Just remember to keep enough on hand, especially when you're on a roll. Scents are useful for attracting or repelling insects and monsters. Like baits, make sure you've got a good stock so you're never caught short. Oh lord. Slime goop. I never talk to you. Like cooking and hosting, I feel like my biggest competitor on the island is Bree. He throws great dinner parties. No offense, I'm sure you're a great host too. Hi Theo. I'm lucky I got out when I could. I didn't know what would happen to my family or me if I... 2 hours. Let's hang out. At the beach. Drink coconut. Absolutely, count me in. It sounds like a blast. We should go do that again sometime, huh? What do you say? You're getting to know Theo better. Perfect, then it's 1 p.m. Get on into the beach shack. Oh hey, shopping? Lily seems tense today. You wonder why. Cool, I hope you bought a lot. What are you up to? A social visit, actually. I'm here to see my dad. He and I gotta set some stuff straight. Well, I'll see you around. Here to see your dad too, actually. Oh, hey, Lils. This is a nice surprise. Oh, what's wrong? Is everything okay? Daddy, I'm not okay. Can we talk? I'm ready to talk now. Of course. Do you want to sit down? Let me make you some tea real quick. Are all in everybody's business. Thanks, Dad. Dad, work's been tough. I'm sorry if I seem distant lately. I made a huge mistake at work, Dad, and the company almost lost a big client because of it. Hell, Dad, I almost lost my job. I just realized the booth is in the shape of a boat. Lils, you did your best. If you lost your job, so be it. You're smart. You'll get another fancy job. You might even get to work on Poogle. Nobody from here ever landed a job there. You'd be the first. No, Dad. Sorry, I know how much this job means to you. I shouldn't have said that. Thanks, Dad. I feel better already. Let me tell you what happened. Please go back to your seat, Dad. It's gonna be a long one. Never talked to you either. Does it snow back in Tokyo? I've never been there. Don't tell anybody. Yeah, 20 years later. Sure. 200. Oh, 200 points. Okay. We need to get him a green tea. And let me make a make. Hey, are you guys happy? Okay, so now it's 110. Oh, I need to get my... My bug net. Been here for a couple days. Yay! Now I feel comfortable going underwater. Hey! Aha, I can still catch. Net. Oh. Double catch. Ooh, the big juicy ones. Another bug. So hard to see them. I never go in here. Okay, I think it's later that I have to come back for Tino. Uh-oh, why'd you stop moving? Oh, my bad. That. I really don't. 31, okay. Tea leaf to Charles, tea to Paul. Like I went to the woods today. Remember doing it if I did. Oh yeah. do. I don't have flowers in there. No. Okay. Mayo, mayo, mayo. This shit. Okay. Somebody. I gotta be somewhere. Ooh, it's windy outside. I think it's her. Or, yeah. How's the ranch today? It's good. People want cows. I show them cows. People want animal feed. I sell them animal feed. Man, what else is new? You seem like you've had a full day. Yeah, I have. Just catching so much. Hey, Adventures with You, why are you just standing around? Come over here. Standing around because it's not my house. Have you eaten yet? Jack's cooking. Have a bite, will you? Is it gonna be better than that fish cheese stuff? Okay. But to keep warm during winter, Mom used to go to the cavern and slay monsters. I felt kind of bad for her. Let's hang out. fishing. That's right, sweet of you. A little breather would do me a world of good. Catch a fish. Pretty darn nice, wasn't it? Oh, I don't know about this. I pulled up the requirements and what it does. I don't know. 25K says it does it very slowly. Oh, somebody even said, is it just me or are auto trash collectors terrible? Okay. So I'm not gonna waste time on trash collector. We're going underwater. Getting to know Kenny better. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay, it's 6 o'clock. What I call the town center. I'm here. Oops. Oh, I've never been in here. Oh, it's so cute. On the right, the cat room. Enter the theater. You would come. Please join us. I made curry. Yummy. That is exactly how Erica was like when she tried it. All right. That's my new drink mix. I'm thinking to sell that at the oh, that's my original recipe. I would tell you the secret, but well, please. Curry is always delicious. It's my all-time favorite meal. Although, well enough, this room is yeah, it's not a progress to play. But this room is my favorite. Yes. It's 7. Ooh. Ooh, if I ooh. All right, folks, it's ghost story time. Remember, the spookier the better. Who wants to start us off tonight? I'll go first. I've got a tale that will chill your bones. Once upon a time, in a house eerily similar to our very own inn, the front door creaked open. Welcomed a lady home from her doctor's appointment. She went to get her neck checked, you see. It's been months, but the ache still persists. She walked up the staircase to her room, fetching herself a glass of water along the way. Perhaps an aspirin would do the trick, she thought. Blaming her age, she considered giving up fixing her neck altogether, despite only being 32 years old. Why do 30-year-olds always say, man, my knees hurt because I'm 30? About to settle into bed, phone in hand, she caught a glimpse of her reflection as she passed her closet mirror. Something seemed off. Returning to the mirror, she peered at her reflection, looking for an answer. And there it was. Mm-mm. The childlike figure was clinging onto her neck. Frozen in fear, she made eye contact with it through the mirror. And oh, Noah. Holy coffee beans. Ah, Raj, your scream freaked me out. But no, it didn't freak you out? Well, I don't think we can top that. You all really nailed it. That was a Valentina? I don't think that was Valentina. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, her outfit's so cute. Young lady, were you trying to put back the edamame? In here, my nosy self goes walking in. Val, what's going on? Your uncle told me that you've been stopping by on the way to school and giving him your box lunch. It doesn't sound like you at all. I'm really worried. Are you feeling sick? Mom, no. It's just... It's that you keep making edamame lately. I'm bored of it, but I don't want to hurt your feelings, so I've been giving them away to Uncle Raphael. It's a healthy snack, Val. It's important for us to watch what we put into our bodies. But you can mix it up with healthy snacks. I think. There we go. That's what I was saying. I'm not gonna say I hate edamame. I actually love edamame. Sometimes we need to eat something that we balanced diet, but it's not a bad idea to shuffle some options. There are many healthy snacks out there. Yeah, I guess you're right. It's really not a bad idea. Alright, I will cook new things for us to try, okay, sweetheart? That way we can try them out together and make a list of what you like and dislike. Yay, thanks, Mama. With one condition, okay? Honesty is the best policy, so you need to tell me if you don't like something. We can change the menu for your lunchbox right away. And thank you for being very considerate about my feelings, sweetheart. It's very thoughtful. Alright. Now who we gonna see? I don't think there's anybody else. Oh yeah, I went there to try to find it. I still haven't given birthday presents. Where is Waku? Not too late. Oh, Fish and Sips. Why didn't I think to go to Fish and Sips? There's 3 birthdays and they might be there. Probably not, but they might. I know Waku. Oh, I just saw Erica. Shoot. Can hurry up and give. Is there a kid's birthday too? Zoe, she's not gonna be here. Alright, Waku, where you at? I'm gonna give you. Over. It's cool you remembered my birthday. How's it going at your farm? You should stop by. I'd love to. Thanks for the invite. Me. Right. Let me try to find Zoe. Since a whole much longer. All the way at home. Oop. Not around. She's busy. No, that's safe. Oh, her house is gonna be closed at 8. Ah! I got there right at 8. Okay. That's not the worst thing in the world. We can still go underwater. Sure, there's some stuff I gotta get rid of. Everything right here. Oh no, there's actually space. Donated it. Sell that. All right. Oh, not the battery. Hmm. Oh boy, we need to eat some jamu. That energy is pathetic. Here. Hmm. Oh, guess what? I can take you to. Yikes. Night. I should have. I didn't mean to move it, but it's fine. Turn this light on. Alright. Put my phone in. Oh. Okay. have I not found? Okay. It's not this close, but do what you do. Oh, I wasn't even trying to get over there. Uh, around here. Um, okay, no, I'm trying to get this. Like, where is this thing? We opened that, but not that. And okay, so, well, okay, so and it's getting late. Hold on, go back to the anchor. Let me move it over where I guess I started. And find a single scavengeable. It's like either I find scavengeables or I'm fast. The game doesn't really allow you to do both. It's fine because I have enough food. Yeah, literally nothing to dehydrate. That I got some kelp. Okay. I'm done. Wake up without energy again. Go to bed. Yes, I can craft the bamboo nets. Oh my gosh, I forgot all about that. I'm about to craft up 20 bajillion. Put them everywhere. A heart with Erica, Jim, and Kenny, and Waku. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. So it looks like goat milk makes the same, like there's no goat cheese, it's just cheese. That's cool. The cheese is a decent thing too, okay. So I made it to make 100 and then I sell it and it's 30. Nobody's birthday, but it's Tuesday, which means I can go buy an appliance. Oh, I didn't pet the quail. Happened again. That's a large impact loss. Ooh, 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 ooh. Monkey Lane. 2. Okay. Go back to their house. 5 o'clock. Yes, I keep forgetting. Darn it. Beach and not Thursday. Can we? Oh, okay. Makes my day brighter. Here's a recipe I learned from a friend who learned it from another friend who, well, you get it. Thought I'd continue the chain and pass it on to you. Erica. Not sure if you know how to make herbed tempeh. Really simple. Here you go. In case you forget how to smoke a salmon, I wrote down a recipe. How kind. Oh my gosh. Jim and these fish. Okay, so I got 2 fish. Let me sell it. 2 beetles. So I'm gonna sell it. First, I'm gonna go in the forest because I don't know if I did yesterday. First thing. Oh, yeah, and I got oak seed. The tree, but okay. This ain't no hay. Hmm. Ooh. Goes a long way. Go to the beach. Oops. Oh, hold on. The goddess blessing is blessing. Farming proficiency. Well, it's a good thing I didn't water all my plants. I would have been a little irritated. It's only good in the winter when it's sunny. Is it not in the winter and sunny? I don't understand. Uh, It's either fluffy or slippery this time of year. You really have to be careful going. I haven't hung out with her, but I am on my way somewhere on a mission. Oh, guess I could have hung out with her. Wait, ever come back? Oh yeah, let's go to the springs, because my energy is not existent, I should say. Gosh, 350 though. Yeah, I'd love to. It sounds so fun. It'll help my energy. See, I want a different swimsuit. Need to buy one. That's funny. That was different than when. Today was fun. We should definitely do. You're getting to know Eva better. I need to go straight home. Any room where Ben is here? Okay. Come back and get my bug. Up there. Okay. Boy. Alright. I remember I got to do everything because I did nothing. Drop off the wood. Okay. No, I want to sell one of these now. Yeah. Let me sell one and I need to give one to the museum finally. Alright, thanks. Oh, I should not be running around with these rings on backwards. Not backwards, but the wrong rings on. Free. If wild vegetables pique your interest, you're in for a treat. Arlen is quite generous. I've seen that. Is there a cutscene? I don't think there is. Nope. Not right now, but I know that Ling has a cutscene. Oh, actually, let me go to your son's shop. Since I'm remembering. Oh, no. I'm gonna go home first. Go the long way. I'm gonna go home first because I have some coffers and stuff I've opened. Skipped. Yeah, it was this that first got my. Go this way. Yeah, I still didn't farm. Oh yeah. I'm about to go. Come on. Oh, I have a cheese wheel. Cool. Bugs. Okay. And what is. Do, 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 do. Let me go in here because I don't. I just need. Oh. Oh my gosh. There's some. At least I know the quail got some food. An interesting looking bird. Is there no duck egg? Oh. Oh. I'm not having any of that. Oh, I keep forgetting to go get sap. That's not okay. Because I need that to make the silo, which will help so much. Nutty sap? Or resin, that's what I meant. Good path? Their room. Alright. Oh, cool. The goats are giving milk opposite days. Quality product, I know that's right. Inventory full, come on. Okay, let me just... Come on. Do I have a full house? I don't... Oh, so it does give goat cheese. Okay, okay. Alright, alright. Oh, shoot. I got confused. Oh. Mm. Thank you. Okay, so I'm getting all the coffers and everything. Going to buy a whatever and a whatever. At least put it in my... I think I have another Asian sheep head. Let me do this. No. Here. No, it was that one. That needs to be sold, and that needs to be sold. see. They're all tea leaves. Really weird and annoying. Ah, I didn't get my stuff. Can I come in here? You don't even have money? Yeah, 5,000. Got more random seeds. Mm. La 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 la. Ouch, watch your step. Yes, it's perfectly pickled. No worries. With it being this cold, my toes are probably numb anyways. Okay. 220. Rusty anchor. Yeah. Why didn't it do that? I don't know if I've had the shell anklet. Oh, I don't think I've had the hammerstone either. This. I appreciate it, thanks. The snow helps me build up a resistance to cold weather. I'll have. I just need to go see Noah, not um hmm. Blender. Thank you. I think I can do quite a few things with a blender. I'm not sure what, but oh, you like that. All right, double likes jam. Nice to see you in such good spirits. Ooh. I suppose one of us should be, huh? What's going on with you? Yeah, let's hang out. Nothing free there. Um, here. Let's volunteer at the shelter. Suppose so. It might be a good change of. That was awesome. You're cool. Your connection with Pablo is growing stronger. Oh, the wording changed for him. And that's cool and all. But where's your brother? Come and say hello. Oh, maybe we can go to the observatory. I think I can go in people's homes. Mm-hmm. Okay, oh, where are you? I know you're in here. Oh, we can talk. Hold on. My work keeps me so busy. I sometimes wish. No, no more wishing. Want something, you work for it. Yep. Ugh. What? Seeing the flamingos in the dark? Let's go hang out at the bar. I don't think I've hung out at the bar. Definitely eaten. I don't think I've played dart. Let's hang out at the bar. Okay, I'm in. It does sound like something I'd enjoy. Is it? I don't think it was. Who are these strangers? Thanks, yeah. Connections Wi-Fi. Busy, isn't he? Are you here to eat? Frank's pesto pasta is good. Easy to overeat. That sounds really good. Hi, Walter. To keep our house warm, we need 4 times the energy it takes to heat a regular house. Right? I don't think events. Finally. Freaking finally. We did hers. Sunny and Wendy. Talk to Zara more often. Talk to her. Alice likes to keep warm by staying active, but not me. I'd rather bundle up in bed. Oh, hi, Sunny. Hopefully we won't be stuck in the shack until the snow stops tomorrow. I'll have to dig everything out again. Oh, Connor. Hi there. Enjoying yourself? I like cooking and hosting. I feel like my biggest competitor is Brie. Yes, you told me this. Then you said, but I'm sure. Great host, yes. Oh, I already talked to you. This place hasn't changed. I love it. Father used to bring me here after hours to get a treat. Hey, you like jam? You can never go wrong with this. Thanks. I'm gonna hang out with her. Oh, maybe I won't hang out with her. Um, what's near my house? more shit like that. Volunteer. I've never played. This is the closest. Let's volunteer. Certainly, let's go. Where should we go? Oh, I just did artifact. A gem, because I haven't done that in a long time. I did that like when I ended the museum with Pedro, I think. Pablo. Pedro. Rubbing the floor. Ew. Man, I've caught a lot. Ooh, and I can see if anything I've pocket needs donated. That was delightful, wasn't it? Getting to know Nina better. Okay. Gotta get home and put the rest of that milk in there. I'm gonna say I need to underwater, but no. But all of these artifacts are getting sold. Sold, 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 sold. Still going. Midnight. Mayo. Goat cheese. I think before it would just came out as regular cheese. Mayo. Price. Alright, that's it, that's all. Ooh. Utensils. Oh. Sure. All I know is guacamole. Let me look at my cookbook real quick. I could make sure. Any fruit can be a smoothie. Any vegetable is a green smoothie. Oh, we're about to make those wasabi paste. Ketchup is gourmet salt and tomato. Peanut butter is almond. Ooh. Jamu. Oh my gosh, I can make jamu. Ginseng, ginger, and honey. I knew I was saving the ginseng and ginger for something. And then ice cream for milk, or milk for ice cream. Right, well, tomorrow we're gonna be making some. I'm gonna start on, because I know jamu is something that needs to be, I think it needs to be finally grand, good friends reach. Oh yeah, I do need to, I think I already put the sheep's head. To mark this off because I put the Atlas moth. Took a whole nap and I'm still on. Yup. I hope your nap was good. Oh, I did get the cheese press. And okay, so smoothie, sunny side up eggs. Oh, I don't have. Okay, I still don't have pot and pan, and then onigiri. What about the other vegan taco apple pie? Oh, that's when you get the jamo recipe. Essendol. I saw that. Vegan taco. Okay. Could have been higher because there's no wool, like no fabric. Goat cheese is good though. Oh my gosh. Even better than a cheese wheel. Fishing. Okay, 240. Get my other bugs. Noah's birthday. I'm so happy my osmium pickaxe is ready. Alright, so blender. Blender. You said any fruit. Hey, you get a vegetable. Smoothie. I know one of the twins likes. I'm gonna give it to both of them actually. I don't have any milk on me, do I? Let me pull that page. First two, wasabi. Oh, do I have wasabi? Buff is burn. What is that good? I don't know if I have wasabi. What I do have is ginseng. Do I not have regular ginseng? Ginger? That's gold. Ginseng. Good. Hummus, can't. No, not peanut. No. And any honey. Okay. Cool. Not that I needed more, but so they in the recipe book? Yes. Okay. Tortilla. Tortilla. Need a pot. Okay. Greetings, lovebirds. You're really hitting it off with folks, aren't you? Just a heads up, our island has a tradition. If you want to be more than just friends with someone, you should give them a locket. Otherwise, your friend will stay just that, a friend. Of course, not everyone will be into receiving a locket. Some people are already married or just not interested in romance, you know. So just keep that in mind when you're tossing lockets around, okay? Drop by our shop to grab one. Sorry, I will. Have anything to put away except for put the path down somewhere. Actual. Nothing. Okay. Um. Okay, so there's 3. No quail egg yet. That's ooh. No, we are not consuming that. Mind. We are packed in here. Double product. I'm gonna go find the sisters. One of you sisters have to be here. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, I'm wrong. Typically. Here? Yep. Alright, what about Alice? Don't ever pay attention. Being real. She's on the beach. Oh, I do always see her there. Let's say hi. Volleyball isn't really my thing. That ball is massive, and I gotta admit, it kind of scares me. I mean, imagine getting whacked by that thing. Oh, it's his birthday. Hold on. Hold on. Don't leave. You want a smoothie? It's an expensive. Oh, doggone it. Okay, I needed it, right? Gift it to Noah. Whoa, you've caught me off guard. Thank you for remembering my birthday and for this gift. Welcome. Yay, did my sister tell you I'd like this? My granddad told me that his friend saw a bright. Oh, yes. You told me that. When it's not raining, I try to come here to watch the sunset. Could be nothing, but who knows? I might see something one of these days. Yeah, you've told me that before. Let me go find your sister. Dropped Valentina off. Think she likes it. Oh, good. Did you know animals can have a positive effect on our mental health? I've tried having pets, but they don't seem to like the inn much. Yeah, you chose the wrong pet. Let's go fishing. Okay, I'd like that. It could be good to get out for a bit. You've been working on relationships just for the achievement. I hope they give me a fish. Oh, I didn't even check to see how to create that. The picture. Fun's over for now. Need to deep clean the kitchen tomorrow. Want to help? You're getting to know Suki better. Oh, I didn't get anything. Oh, I need to get you a green smoothie. Stop procrastinating. Could have given you the one that I made. Everything I'm grabbing, I might just make. I don't have anything you would like. Tell them you don't like mooncake. Boop, boop, boop. Care about the butter. Oh. Ooh. It's pink. I did it. All that work, all that effort, and it's paid off. It's a thing of beauty. But there is, well, one small problem. You remember when I said the Iron Eye Hammer talks to you? Yeah. Hey, ain't you gonna introduce me? Oh. The problem is that it won't stop talking. The name's Old Iron Eye Kid. Nice to meet ya. Come by to watch me forge. I love forging things. You might say I was made for it. Get it? Get it? That's my little joke. Hmm. Yeah, it's friendly is good. I was hoping for wise. I'm not really getting that out of him. It was the tainted Tavandium. What else could it have been? It gave the Iron Eye Hammer more of a personality than I expected. Hey, hey, hey. Where I come from, they call it charm. Maybe I should have done more research. Let's not live in the past. I'm here, you're here. Let's do this. I can't wait to, you know, smelt. Let's hop to it, Raph. Oh, wanna buy a hammer? Need my axe. And only 1,500. Then wasn't gonna even use it today. Here you go. I should buy a couple more just to have them. They like the close days. Oh. Ugh, I hate fish. Good to know. Oh. Random. I hope it starts raining soon. Me too, actually. I'll have to. The walking path could do with a good rinse. Oh, I just don't want to have to water my. Hold on. Go romantic interest, sure. Yes, I'd love to get to know you better. Thank you for the locket. Oh, I see you jumping like that. Give him a rose hip. A healthy. Doggone it. I said gift. I appreciate it, thanks. Do you like it? Oh, yeah. Cool. Alright. Let's. We can hug? Sounds great. Okay, let's go somewhere. Can we eat tacos? Are more options. Bonfire at sunset, but it's 12:30 in the afternoon. Flower bath. Was that different? Private book club? I'm curious. Okay, I'm in. It does sound like something I did. Yeah, it's just like sitting at the library. Just sit on the stairs. All this time I didn't know that you had to pay for dates. I thought the number was the amount of relation. No, it's the coins you spend. I had a great time with Annie. Thank you. That's funny. But I mean, if you have a lot of money, then it doesn't matter. Hey Theo. Ben, have a great day, my man. You too, pal. Hey Theo, on your way to a show? Always, Brie. All the world's a stage. Goodness. Uh-oh. He's staring at. Hey Theo, how are you doing? Theo. Okay, that was weird. Yeah. I'm glad they're showing us what he was looking at. Something wrong, Theo? Just looking for something. Hmm? Can I help you find whatever it is you're looking for? Maybe. You know the old piano that used to be in that corner? It's gone. Oh, that old thing? It was a mess. Out of tune, a broken pedal, missing keys. It was just collecting cobwebs, so we shipped it off to the recycling center. The recycling center? Yes, I think so. 2 weeks back. Why? I have to go. I'm sure we can find a replacement or something, Theo. It was just an old broken piece of junk. It was my mother's. Always sticking your foot in your mouth, Millie. Yeah. I have to go back. Spring, summer. Oh, fall is when I didn't. We need fishing. Oh, you don't have fishing? I don't know of what else gives me. That reminds me. I don't know if I want to. Yeah, I do. Because I have plethora of everything except the silver kelp, and I can get silver kelp. But yeah. Not exactly. Oh, there's the piano. Different piano. Okay. Now, what bodies of water am I going to put this in? I think I'm going to put in here. They're all up. And put it in the ocean too, right? Put it down here. Do do do. Yes, okay. Okay, it didn't. Can't even see it. Didn't go. Okay, where's another place that... Oh, back here. I still haven't watered anything. Ow, you wouldn't put it. Oh, okay. You know what? I'm here. So. Let's make all the money today. I'll start at 25. No? Ooh. Ooh, there's two of you. Come and get me, come and get me. Okay, I got one bat wing. Actually, I don't even need bat wings anymore. I need to figure out what gives tough meat. Okay, I was gonna say, how many? Double? I mean... Mm-hmm. Like, you give tough meat, you're... And I actually do have these rings, so forage your items and now you might give tough meat. I don't know. No. You probably give tough meat. No, you give bones too. Oh, I want bones. You gonna give me some tough meat? Or you? Inventory full. And it's a geode? Absolutely not. I'm gonna save it. I need it. Oh, you might give tough meat. Doo-doo. You sometimes give ore. Not today. You wanna give me some ore? Or you're just gonna give bones. Ah. Tough meat. Ooh. I don't want the hibiscus honey. I've done 5 levels. Ooh. What I need. That's my balloon. Do you want 100 or... Is it compost? I don't want compost. Make my own compost. Ugh. That. Alright, we made it to level 30. Let's go back up to my pockets and maybe come back. Do you want to come back now that I... Did I water the plants? No. Me out here late at night. Please. Oh. Did anything else finish? And she... bit. I thought I was gonna go down to level 40, but just not worth being late for. Because I realized chant the fossils. I'm giving you better. Mm-hmm. No energy drain. Did I say? $25K, what can I get? Oh shoot, I keep meaning to save my large wool for the auto petter. Money's so good with it. Maybe auto collector? That would be nice. And he's 40,000. I could at least do the auto fertilizer. Auto seed at the same time. Okay. I need is wood, stone, and gold bar. And then ultimate. Okay. Not 1K. 40K, that's what I thought. And my stuff. I just need another resin. Scarecrow. Like, what else does the carpenter have? Though. Equipment. The computer, we did all of that. Automation chest, 60K, yeah. So I just need to go to the carpenter. And I'm pretty sure this is gonna be my last day. Alright. I do need to get underwater though. Beers and guava. I have sap. No. Or resin, sorry. I don't know if I want to play the day. I'm gonna feel like womp womp. I think that's and no quail egg. Which is fine. How many days old are you? 3. Alright, I'm gonna end it here because next time I will hopefully get sap in the silo and then get a quail egg. I'm not gonna get it now. I'm just over it. Because then I'm just gonna want to keep playing. Any sense? Bye, Marco. See you later. To change those. Alright. Yep, so thanks for hanging out and I hope you have a good rest of your night.